This may be a little different than where I thought I was going to pick up. Okay. Fine then. Bit of a memory mess up there. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. Yes, I already read this, so I don't know why the save went back a little bit. So, I'm just gonna try to I would say click through, but I'm using the keyboard. Okay, so this is where I was. Or maybe not, I don't know. I don't remember exactly what the dialogue was when I left off. Whatever, let's start from here. Let's see, the combination was 1, 4, 3, 2, 5, 8, 2. She is Okay, Susato is right, and it did not start with a 1. My throat is obviously clogged. Hopefully that's better. I knew that. Alright then, here goes. Wait, is there supposed to be some sort of joke about how he said that it started with a 1? It's like, is that a 11037 joke or something? You found me. Oh, we just found a decoy. Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume. Correct. You better start talking. This is... oh yeah, you tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built. You're supposed to arrest him first. And you'll shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tuspels as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. At first, I gotta take advantage of you saying words to kill you. You gotta take care of the man first. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate your parcel? I prefer, of course, to the time bomb. I said refer, of course. I left it in a most prominent position. Ah. I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then? No. Mr. Sholmes, it's only 7 seconds to spare. That was too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed? Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. I'm just like, why are they complaining? If he defused it, he defused it. Doesn't matter if you defuse it 30 seconds before it blows up or 1 second before it blows up, as long as the killer doesn't get away, or whoever it is, the criminal you're trying to arrest doesn't get away, in which case he might have. I've yet to figure that out. The resemblance of an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Like you have some template for what an anti-gravity device would look like. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. Ooh, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. I still can't believe we were nearly blown up. What was that? Sideways glance in aid of Mr. Naruhodo? I thought that deducing meaning from the movement of people's eyes was your specialty, Mr. Sholmes. Never mind that now. Let's see what Mr. Drebber has to say for himself. Okay, so that clears out all the investigations. Yeah, I could move, in theory. Yeah, just give it back to him. Mr. Drebber, look at this, please. Do you have anything to say about it? All these strange mechanical movements supposed to be some sort of answer? Okay, I guess he doesn't comment on the stuff he stole. Got a death wish, have you? Hiding right behind a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. This reminds me of when, I forgot which Indiana Jones movie this was the beginning of. It was either the Crystal Skull or the, Mystery of the Lost Ark, which happens to be the first and the last ones. When he was in a refrigerator, and a bomb went off, and the refrigerator was bomb-proof, and the refrigerator went flying and landed in the desert somewhere. And he just kind of gets out unscathed. The only problem is if you were in a refrigerator that went flying and it just landed in the desert somewhere, it would have been like you just landed in the desert somewhere, and you would have a lot of injuries. Or potentially just be dead. One does not simply just fall onto the ground, even inside a refrigerator. Okay. In fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. Safe is fitted with a handle from the inside to allow the door to unlock from within. Ah, so it is. I always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Pun on screw. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No. No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah, I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. What your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face, besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over, don't you worry, Drebber. What fails to click with me is how you're able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I will confine Fettle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly I must have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incinerating blueprints, don't forget. Oh, and burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that you hid yourself inside the safe. Having first set the parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Hairbrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment, and at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. That's enough. What's going on here, Gregson? Why haven't you put handcuffs on him yet? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well, Dr. Scythe again. So the forensic investigation team is here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear Medea, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe. If it's protecting the machine next door, it's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell, you... Get out. But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo, yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes, let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. So that she will dump a bunch of evidence and testimony on you at the trial, and then you have to make sense of it right then and there. I say get out now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb sitting here that this lot disarmed. Inspector? Ka. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Drebber? Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. Is Sherlock Holmes, or is it James Bond? Which is it? What are you? That one? You mean... Oh, I thought they strapped a bomb to Gina. Okay. I totally misinterpreting that. It was an hour later when we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Sure. No, I don't want to do it again. If you're wondering, I have the day off tomorrow, so this goes to like 2 a.m. or something. It's kind of okay. If you're like paying attention to the times that are on my save files. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? He doesn't have to do anything, he's the defendant. I hope so, I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. I actually showed up this time, and then I'm going to leave again. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize that it was a mistake, but My dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes? What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Sherlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose to some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. Well, just for you, Sholmes, I did obliquely mention it. Well, if I must agree, then. As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. And then poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Have you guys ever heard of a cattle prod? That might be simpler. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Actually, I wouldn't have invented that at the time. I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Oh, Inspector Gregson, good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? Well, I don't know. Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. Isn't the professor's autopsy? It's the professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy? He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. Wait, so they did an autopsy on the executed person? Okay, so is that a hint that he's not actually dead? The killer's autopsy report has been entered into the court record. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. I guess I better examine this, since I should examine things as soon as I get them. Wow, there's not much in here. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, June 17th. Courtney Stevens. That's... yeah, not much there. Guys gotta remember the date. June 17th, that the method was hanging. Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be there today, will he? Drebber. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant, the trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. This is it then, the final chapter. No, it's not. This is only chapter 3 out of 5. Funny, my heart is racing a little. Lies! Okay, so... there's always the possibility that the person who did it could be introduced at the last minute, and it's actually not on my people list. But I'd still like to take a guess of the people on the people list, if there is somebody, if it is somebody, like who would it be? So... Susato... she wasn't even here. She was on a ship coming here. She didn't show up until partway through the first part of the trial. Iris, I'm pretty sure we would know if she was over at the Great Exhibition when Odiousman was killed. So that would have been mentioned. And as far as we know, she hadn't gone there yet. She went the first time with Ryanosuke to do the investigation. So if she wasn't there, how could she have? Nor if she didn't even know about Hairbrain's experiment, how could she even have done it? They're not gonna make Hairlock Sholmes a murderer in any of these. Now, maybe if I was writing this game, I would. But they probably won't. They don't have the guts to do that. Not in this trial. There's like no evidence that he did it, so why would we think he did it? He's the victim. I mean, he theoretically could have killed himself, but I don't think Ace Attorney's ever done that. Not this time. Yes, the defendant can be the person who did it. That's happened, I think, as far as much as I remember, 3 times. But it was actually done in one of the Greatest Attorney 1, right? That was done with Magnus McGilded, but they wouldn't do it this time. I just don't. This guy is not like when he's like bad, you can tell, and this guy you can tell it's not it. Not in the 3rd chapter. If it's the prosecutor who does it, it would be the last chapter. Kazuma. Kazuma doesn't murder people. No. Because this is like accusing Gumshoe. Like it's too reoccurring a character. It's like no way that could work. This is also like accusing Gumshoe. No. Too weird. too weird. This person would be, again, not in if this person is one of the people who did it, it would be the 5th trial, but it would be the 5th case of the game. But this person, but she is probably sort of like a very crabby version of Emma Skye, more like. So it's like accusing Emma Skye of doing it. Although Emma Skye did replace Gumshoe, but you just wouldn't do that. This is the person I thought, if it had to be somebody at the end of the first trial segment of this case, it would be her. And she is tied to it in that she made a wax model of the professor, who might be still alive, who's somehow linked to this case, and there might have been a wax model of Odious Man in the machine, and the real Odious Man was in the balloon. Or something, so wax models could have been used as part of, like, how to make this, pull the trick off. So she's involved in this, she's all tangled up in this somehow. This is like the guy who's obviously evil. And obviously carried out the experiment and carried out the deeds. Like he would be like the person who directly killed Odious Man, because he created the machine that killed him, and it was designed essentially to kill him. Right? Dropped him from a great height inside the birdcage. And it was Enoch that did it, that designed that thing that would do that. But you would think that Drebber would tell Odious Man why he thought that Odious Man wouldn't get killed. Right? Otherwise Odious Man wouldn't have agreed to do it. So he's kind of like, Drebber's like the obvious person who did it. But if it did turn out to be Drebber in the end, that would be very lame. That would be just such a lame outcome. But if it's not Drebber, the only other option really is Tuspells. So, Drebber, the obvious answer, or the weird twist answer? I'm gonna go obvious answer. I'm gonna say it's Drebber. But it's kind of lame if I claimed it was Tuspells. It turns out to be really be Tuspells. That would be cool. Okay. Say it's Drebber. That would be so lame, though. It's like the obvious evil guy turns out to be it. I mean, it's not, there is no lack of precedent for that. I've not felt this before, actually. So insecure. Not quite the right wording, but whatever. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. Oh, so it really is going to be Tuspells. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Well, you did a good job of getting me excited for this. You know what? I'm going to do some front squats, and then I'll start recording again. This will be like 2 minutes of gap, which you won't notice because there's no music here, so you won't hear the skip in the music like you usually would. And I'm back. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and the defense ready to proceed? The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zykes has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord Van Zykes. Yes, my lord? There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see complexity of this case rise considerably. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. Help me open the bottles. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. Which continues the never-ending question of how does Van Zykes just not get totally turnt? Tolerance for alcohol is more like a German than a British. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but oh well, this is very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands that the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intended to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today? Are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it very wearying. Probably do it a lot, too. I take a man's life with a conjuring trick. Oh, too. It's against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientists should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. You have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. It's still your day. If all the parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zykes. If you're not dead yet, it is still your day. What is this? What? That's why in my day doesn't make any sense. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. It was... What? An explosion? This is an outrage. You know who did it? Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithereens, and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine. But it blasted the whole. Oh yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? What Enoch Drebber, that Enoch Drebber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Huh, okay. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that, we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine, and who ultimately caused the loss of control.
Objection!
As Lord Van Zykes rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Esman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odious Man. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zykes, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. Oh, it certainly has bearing on this trial, sir. You are familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration? Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigation indicates. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints. But that's all. And the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious. Do you mean to say that the experiment was a bona fide... Was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up. We've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of a stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But instantaneous kinesis doesn't exist, Van Zykes. What you would want to say. We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purposes of demonstration. For the purpose of demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Esman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? Yeah, that's what I want to do. Like, what I really want to do hearing that is show something that could be a body double. And I would presume that would be a waxwork. But I don't know if they would let me go there this soon in the trial. That seems like something you would go for at the end. But we'll see. That goes without saying, surely. To get the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't, it's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with the fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. A swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Well, he could have gotten that by means of a trick. Yes, that's true, we spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill and sufficient money. Explain to me how you would come up with a physical manifestation of Hawking radiation. You would just say, well, there already is plenty of those in the sky. But you didn't make any of them. You didn't forge it with any sort of skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Counsel for the defense. Your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. This is true, but I'm gonna press it because I want the press stuff. So you're already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people paid their bills, I'd take up my tools and construct what they asked for. So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular, then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge. The point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Hairbrain certainly has a mind like no other. It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic. However, The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. He must have planned all this from the outset. Yes, of course, Ranosuke. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick.
Hold it!
Of course, that's it. Mr. Man has a twin. Was a twin. I already told you that he didn't have a twin. Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Man has no twin siblings. No, I heard you before. Well, the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Sai absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Ismand, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Ismand, then. Well, what are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. It crashed head first, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Probably not. How would you not know? You were you. Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plummeted headfirst into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant. And he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from considerable height. Oh, so maybe he didn't agree to this. They stabbed him first, then they stuffed his dead body in the birdcage. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do you know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny.
Hold it!
Yes, but that's not the point. So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. But as I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. That's a manufacturer, not an engineer. To tell you that the engineer would understand the science. I would be inventing manifold problems if I foolishly allow my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Someone tell this to every engineer's boss in the universe. You can't exist in a bubble. Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? A very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Van Zykes just has some plan here. He has some reason for doing this. Because, like, you wouldn't want to make a... You're going to make yourself look like a fool, eventually, if you keep going down this road, right? So, there's got to be some... Like, time where he tries to make himself not look like a fool in the end, by revealing why he kept pushing this point. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or another. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds to which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Esman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety. Interesting, it's naivety instead of naivete. Anyway, and his unbending belief in his work. And I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zykes, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? Okay, so we don't really want to... You can't really... This is kind of a summation statement. There isn't really something to refute here. We wouldn't say the logic... we wouldn't say that the science was not flawed, because it was. This is true. We were trying to claim that the birdcage fell and crashed into Crystal Tower. So now we don't want to refute this. Well, I think this is not true, but because the machine was blown up, as Susato's point is, we can't refute this. And this is true. So this is the one we can refute, is this middle one here. And we have to present a body double or a twin. Which again, this is happening way earlier in the trial than I thought it would. Which makes you wonder where exactly this is going to go in the end. So which of these is a body double or a twin? Right, like, okay, so this is the autopsy report, which doesn't really help. This is what we're going to use to show that the body double would have dropped down into the stage. But we haven't got to that part yet. We have to establish that there was a body double before we establish how that body double disappeared. These aren't body doubles. This is such a long shot, though. Like, we literally have to say that the head inside this cage is the head of the professor. That's insane. That's so insane. That's ridiculous. And we can't present people, can we, here? Huh. Well, let's go for this complete and utter nonsense we're going to present here. Because We're gonna present it in like an encased in metal wax head.
Objection.
That was wrong. Wow, I messed up right at the beginning, as usual. Where did we find the piece of glass? It was found, oh, the Professor Waxwork. Well, that's kind of going down the same lines, right? I don't see a body double in this picture anywhere. I see where the body double would have gone. Here's the reason why you would present this picture. It was just recently given to us, right? That makes you suspicious it's the right thing to present. I don't know the logic behind that, though. Okay, so next thing I'm going to try. I'm like 90% sure it's the right thing to present on, though. So I just need to find the right thing to present. But this doesn't make any sense, honestly. Huh. I guess it's the next best thing, I gotta do it.
Objection.
Well, it was wrong. Okay, so that's wrong, too. I guess the next thing to try is another crazy long shot. I'll go through this really thoroughly here. So, I don't think the armband has to do with it. This has the Red Exhibition on the front. The Experiment. Reaper Attacked. So, none of those have to do with a body double, right? Crossbow, not a body double. This, not a body double. I mean, it shows how the trick would have been done, but it's not a body double. No body doubles in the sketch. That's a picture of the real body. This just says, yeah, chest pierced through the heart with a screwdriver, and also fell and broke his neck. Okay, that happened to the real person, not the body double. The thing that stabbed him in the heart. Okay, we see the birdcage here with the body double in it. But nothing to really show that it's a body double. He's just gonna say that was the real. He's just gonna look at this and go, yeah, there's the real Mr. Man in there. Right? Yeah. Although, that's better than nothing. Birdcage. Can't do much there. Trevor himself, I don't believe, is the body double. Huh. There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? Clearly, Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. Already tried presenting this, and it was already fully examined at the time of presentation. Yeah, so this isn't it. Because I already tried it. Nothing about a body double in there, really. I mean, I think the wax work of the professor would be a body double. But, like, we already tried this. So next thing, I guess the next best thing is this. It says, say we found a piece of the crystal tower on a waxwork that was stolen. And so we can show that that waxwork was there. So the waxwork could have been a body double. I guess that's the next thing to try. But this is such a long shot. This is such like this is so not straightforward. It's very circuitous. And it's also wrong. Okay. What? I mean, Drebber couldn't have been the body double because he would be the one shooting the arrow. Something that contradicts this? Like it was not a year ago? No, I don't think so. All of them saw it appear above their heads and then crash into the crystal tower. Well, I believe it was inside a balloon. But it still appeared above their heads somehow, right? Even if it was by means of a balloon popping. I'm gonna press this again. That brings me to my next long shot idea. So, when you press this, you get dialogue that you would refute by saying he had this trophy, right? And this trophy shows he would have understood the science. The problem is that he doesn't say I don't understand the science. He just only says that if you press this statement. Right here, just kind of expressing doubt about the science. So this is kind of not a very direct contradiction. But I can't think of anything better right now, so I'm going to go for it.
Objection.
And fail. Ah! So met with immediate failure. Okay, gotta press everything again, so...
Hold it!
I suppose that's hard to deny at the end. It's also correct, really. None of these show a body double. I'm gonna press it one more. I've already pressed this.
Objection!
This is such a silly press. That's the victim. That's Drebber. Can't look at the people, can we? There's no way to look at the people on the screen? Right, can't look at the portraits. Well, I fail. I fail. It's done. It's over. I lose. I wanted to get through the second game without either getting a game over or saving the game in anticipation of potentially my next guest giving me a game over. Just like, no saves for that reason, and no game over. So I managed to get through the first trial, the case, the second case, and the first half of the third case. But the second half of the third case, I'm defeated because there are more things I could try, but I'm out of lives. And there's such long shots that there's no way I'm going to risk that last life and have to redo it from some point. So I'm going to save. And so it's over. Phooey, fiddlesticks. Ugh. Frustration. Sucks so bad. It's like I don't want to accept this. But I have to start save scumming it. I can't, there's no other way to do this. I have to save scum. I have to present everything on anything. I'm done for. Well, so may I rest in peace.
Objection.
I just try anything and everything. That did not work. This is stupid. Like, none of these are... So I tried this. I tried this, right? Well, I just gotta canvas this, but there's no way this is not anything right here. Like, this is not gonna be an answer. No. I tried that.
Objection.
That has nothing to do with it, really. Okay. I'm sure I examined this, right? Yeah, okay. Been examined. So photographs you don't really turn, you can't really turn over. Okay, it was irrelevant. It's also going to be irrelevant.
Objection!
Yeah, it's not relevant at all. Just the next thing over. Already presented this, I already presented that, so this.
Objection!
Why not? Just not, just... Okay, present this. Did we already do that? No.
Objection!
Nope. Okay.
Objection! Objection!
I think we already presented this.
Objection!
Nope. Okay.
Objection!
Okay, at this point, I'm pretty sure that,
Objection!
or I'm picking in the wrong statement, haven't I? Well, that's so much, that's the statement you would pick, though. Oh. Anything unusual about this besides the plaque? Nothing to examine else otherwise? I tried presenting this, it didn't work. Let's try this.
Objection! Objection.
Phooey. I always wait till it takes the my health, because just in case it tricks me with like a decoy bad choice. Usually though, the music goes silent if you make the correct one. Try pressing this again.
Hold it!
Right, so... like, it would have presented... we blew up all the evidence, right? But... we still have that picture of the blown up remains. Those remain. Now I presented absolutely any and everything on this statement.
Objection.
The slowness of this sequence. I already presented this, right? Yeah, I did. Okay. Or I didn't, but it's still wrong either way.
Objection.
This is gonna be terrible. This is gonna be for such terrible footage. Literally gonna have to canvas this entire, like, cross-examination. Just brute force it. It's gonna be so boring. No, there's no way it's that. No. No. I tried this. That has nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with it. What does this have to do with the science being flawed? And being an accident? Just a picture of him. Doesn't show anything. I've probably already presented this on this. No, that's wrong. Looking at this evidence, you expect a very low probability that we'll use the ones that we've already used previously in the trial. You can use the same piece of evidence twice, but once you've already used a piece of evidence, it's less likely to be used again. So, the ones that are more likely to use are the ones that are newer, and that are for the current investigation. So that's from here to the right, right? So I should be emphasizing trying from here to the right. Presenting things from here to the right. So, that's just too remote. Can't switch to people, can I? Is there a way to switch to people that I forgot about? I already presented everything on this. It can't be this. I exhausted this statement completely. That's just so weird and messed up, though. Fine. If it's not that statement, it's not that statement. But that statement is right, though. There's nothing to contradict that with. Yeah, I'll try this.
Objection.
Okay. We really have to brute force. We have to brute force completely. Okay. Here we go. It begins. We gotta start with the things that are most probable, right? So we gotta start with this. If this statement, for some reason, we'll start with examining everything. So, just making sure everything's checked, right? Because that's the easiest way to make a mistake in Ace Attorney is to not have everything examined. And then when it's not, and then something could be correct, but because you didn't examine it, it doesn't register. You have to examine it first, otherwise it doesn't count. And this is all examined. Yeah, okay. Examined. This is a photo, but it doesn't matter. Another photo. Already examined this. Yep. In fact, it messed us up the last trial. Or messed me up, that is. This is a photograph. Okay. It's a photograph. I examined the edge. Right. And notice how thick it was. Which means it meant it was from the Crystal Tower. Or examine this, we're gonna examine it again. Examined all that. Examine this, we're gonna do it again. Okay. Or examine this all the way through, I believe. Good. This are examined all the way through several times. It's only one page. And this is a photograph. Okay, so everything's examined. Now, statements that are most likely to be it are this one, which I already presented everything on, and so I eliminated it. And this last one, which now I'm going to present everything on. Presenting the stuff, from the new stuff for this day, from here to the right. First.
Objection.
Okay. Make a new save on that one. So we started here.
Objection.
Present. This canvas. Why do I have to wait for the text every time? Okay.
Objection. Objection.
I already did this one, but I'm just canvassing, so it doesn't matter.
Objection. Objection. Objection.
Okay, so the top half didn't work. So now I'm gonna go to the bottom half. Go back to the old stuff.
Objection.
Yes, I know this makes no sense, but everything that makes sense didn't work, so what am I supposed to do here?
Objection!
Okay. Man, my headphones are killing me. Background music got so annoying. Okay. What's I gonna do here? Oh, yes.
Objection! Objection!
I can switch to this one.
Objection!
I'm getting really tired of this now. So now, man. Well, I gotta finish off this statement. Did I do the autopsy report yet? Maybe.
Objection! 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 Objection!
Okay. Definitely gonna have to have chapters in the YouTube here. Let me see. How long have I been recording in total? An hour and 45 minutes. That was probably 45 minutes on that one present. So I presented the bird cage. The bird cage appeared in midair and crashed into the crystal tower. The wooden cage was used for the demonstration. It crashed down with the victim inside into the crystal tower, causing damage to its base. That's not a contradiction at all. Where basically the description of that piece of evidence was exactly the same thing as what the witness was saying. What? I'll move on. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Oh, was it on the bottom of the cage? Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. The level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. Is it on the wrong end? Well, it doesn't make sense. Is it the location of that damage? Oh. Why did this have come up? Okay, here's the reason why I didn't notice this. Because if this was important, it would have come up in the previous part of the trial, right? Because wasn't it? I thought that it falling head first was something that already came up because it had to do with how his neck was broken. So, and now on hindsight, I'm thinking it probably wasn't. I think what they did is they just mentioned his neck was broken, but they didn't mention the exact words head first. And so I didn't think that, so it didn't even cross my mind that it now would be relevant where on the birdcage the damage was. But yes, the damage is on the bottom of the birdcage as opposed to where the head would have been. If anybody got that one, comment that you played this game and got that one. Because I kind of feel like that would be really hard to get, but then I also kind of feel like an idiot. I always have that regret of, wouldn't it have been so cool if I would have gotten that? But then it's just all this unreachable dream because I didn't get it. I can't go back in time and do it better. Okay. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. And the other problem is that I thought why would we want to show that the birdcage broke in a different spot? Because that birdcage that we have in evidence, wasn't that the birdcage that we found? No, that was the birdcage that was that was the other birdcage. Because there was two bird cages, and they just glossed that over. Oh! Yeah, remembering back to the first time we went up to the very first thing I investigated when they first went up to the scene of the machine was that bird cage lying there. And it's that bird cage, the bird cage in our court record is not the bird cage that the victim was found in. It's the bird cage that was just lying there next to the machine. And I forgot about that. I thought, oh, that's just the bird cage. So many mistakes. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile those two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. I will. If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the bird-cage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion. An altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing defragration. I just realized the Japanese version of this wouldn't have to have that clarification. No, it would have had to. Because this guy's supposed to be British and he talks in feet. Okay, I get it now. It makes less sense in English. Okay, unless you're British. Because British people abandoned their old units. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. But the victim's neck was broken. He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, he would it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. It's like, notice who's standing next to him. Ka. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say that it was only one vertebrae, actually. He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zykes. This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve the matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically, after all. I nearly had him there. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Okay. Well, I have to scum my way through this entire thing because I just goofed up so hard on there. I'm just perpetually living off of one life. Anyway. Wait, did I do a load? I think I loaded as opposed to saved. Fraud. Oh man, why do I have to... This is silly. What?
Objection!
Me and my mistakes. I might as well have went for it at this point. The case against character animations. Or at least make them skippable.
Objection! Objection!
Objection!
I have to sit through this stinking animation. Okay, I'll do the press first.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are a lot of witnesses who saw Mr. Isman on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact to the tower was 30 feet up. The difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the bird could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky with the crystal tower. A trenchant scientific analysis? Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes, it's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage floated 30 feet through the air. I mean, irritatingly, yes. Now, I'm going to save this time. Ugh. Okay. Now, as far as the present's concerned, that seems as best to me as just a picture with the balloon in it, right? If not, then we'd have to represent the scrap of balloon. We have to present the balloon somehow.
Objection.
Okay. What's this? Present the scrap of balloon.
Objection.
I got the somehow. So, that's wrong. I obviously have to present on this, right? So that didn't work. And that did and that didn't work.
Objection.
Oh, okay, well, that would have been the third thing I would have picked. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down to the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location for which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place on which you are referring to in the same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could possibly have fallen, the requisite 30 feet. Why are we changing, like, the... Why won't it let me pan up? In here?
Take that!
Objection!
Oh. Okay. I think I made the same mistake twice. Shame on me. So I presented this picture, right?
Objection!
I made this. I was still like my head's in the bird cage that the victim was found in mode, right? But we're trying. It's focusing on the bird cage that we found on the found at the scene, like at the machine scene. Okay. Did I do a load instead of a save? Again? Holy moly.
Objection!
Wait for your brain to not work. Save, not load. Okay. Above the platform.
Take that!
Objection!
Right there.
Take that!
What? That was getting all counterintuitive.
Objection!
Biggest butt kicking an Ace Attorney ever got, ever. Okay, so we don't pick, like, we don't go, okay, this was 30 feet. So then this is approximately 30 feet above the stage, right? That didn't work. This balloon.
Take that!
Oh. I think I get it. I've thought I got it a lot of times, but now I really think I get it. Remember how the bottom of the stage was like a trap door? So it would have fallen from here and trap door down there. I think it specifically mentions in the investigation that the platform is about 30 feet high.
Take that!
Yeah. Ah! The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, Counsel. Turns out that the experimentation stage was built at considerable height above the ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. The experiment got underway. The machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assumed there was a void underneath... A void underneath, it's like we're talking about pyramids or something. This birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same way. That is, very ancient Egyptian pyramids. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one bird cage, but two.
Objection.
A fact that Stagulator forgot. Embarrassingly, my learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Somehow, someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Hairbrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Esman's life. And lay the blame firmly on the professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Grr. Ooarg.
Objection.
I learn friend has reached the end of his wild assertions. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. Like to be slow with this? Your argument fails to hold water. On two accounts, and your chalice also fails to hold water because it's in pieces. 2. Firstly, before and after the experiment this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of the staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow? That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. That's a good point, actually. Motive. Do I have to think of everything myself? I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zykes? The contract with which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Esman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. 30%? That's certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there is one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold his right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Why would it specify that? In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. As you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Esman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Yes, but you made that up. Like you made up this contract just to show him. And if not, then if one of them dies and he receives, the other one receives 100%. We just missed that part. Need I say more? The witness has neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. The percussive force of Van Zyk's finger. It's like the force. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide as the mark. Lord Van Zyk's, will you submit the contract as evidence, please? The investor, Mr. Odie Esman, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it, and in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 birdcages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths, too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. They're gonna summation examine me now? Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection.
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there were only 1 birdcage, and now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than was realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, who are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection.
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes, if these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. But meanwhile, I can accuse whoever I want, because I'm the prosecutor. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber has an accomplice or whether he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice or not? You have to name him. Or her. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the 2 bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel? Yes, my lord? You have received a stark warning already. If you are the nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? I have to save. Not load, save. Because there's two possibilities here, really. I'm gonna go with my old original supposition.
Take that!
Who is this person? Someone intimately related to the crime, my lord. And someone you surely wouldn't say you don't know. Yes, thank you. I am aware of the person, obviously, but on what basis do you claim felonious involvement? You surely wouldn't say you don't know, would you? Well, great. Okay, here's actually what the second choice would be. It would be Osmond himself. He would have helped out with the switching, not knowing that would result in his death.
Take that!
What? What? Okay, then. Susato. No, she wasn't even there. Iris. No, she wasn't there. Herlock Sholmes. No, he wasn't there. Strongheart. No. I tried this, it didn't work. Really? No. 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 Really?
Take that!
So it's not Odious Man, then. Not Hairbrain. And not the Wax, and not Madame Tuspels. What's the last person? This next person on the list.
Take that!
Nope. What? So not this guy. Not the Balloon Man.
Take that!
Speaking of random people now at this point. That eliminates all of the people. Except this guy. He was there, right? And he's acting kind of funny. He's claiming the experiment was a success the whole time.
Take that!
Not him? Nope. We're getting crazy.
Take that!
Tried him, tried him, tried him, tried him. No, not Gina. Really?
Take that!
Yeah, I'm glad it's not Gina. She was there, so she could have been in it, but... Oh wait, she was up in a balloon, wasn't she? Okay, what am I thinking? Now I'm an idiot. Yeah, she was in a balloon, so she couldn't have done it. Okay, eliminated. What in the world?
Take that!
Nope. Somehow 2 bird cages might have been switched. Everything points to that, yet according to Corner's report, that's not a possibility, but that inconsistency itself is a clue.
Take that!
Oh! Well, we'll continue on. The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. I'm suffering. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure I'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Miss Susato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but she'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. So not a boss prosecutor, because not even a prosecutor, but a boss nonetheless. Alright, then here goes. That twist was so out of nowhere that it was out of nowhere. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel. Now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Mr. Courtney Scythe. What in the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. We know there are 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. And it's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. You've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there dragging the odd's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusations aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, the cage must have contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone ever remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Esmond. That's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must have been one person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was... Okay. I have to save because I have only 1 health. Hopefully that was actually a save. Very well, the defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Esmond's body double. Good gracious, evidence? No, I regret it now. I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. Do you think you have relevant evidence presented now? The body double and the bird cage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha. The body double inside the second bird cage was...
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Esmond, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower. Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself, and come out with it. Thank you, Miss Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, and unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there.
Objection!
So I was right in saying that it seemed too early in the trial to present that. But I was also right to present that. Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Does as told. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryonosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor. You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting Waxworks. Indicting Waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Harebrained performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's. Did you say abducted? The 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing... Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Isman.
Objection!
How is he supposed to strap that to the board? Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist, and did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. And are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord, I need to speak, if you please. And here comes the summation examination. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty!
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty!
Kill me!
As indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. He doesn't even ask anymore. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Oh, we're going not in the right order. I've known the woman for years. She'd never been an accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have had my own problems with members of the police. Do not trust them much. I have seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without right evidence is not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. given that its face is obscured by its build and its build is in no way resembles that of the victim. I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it is Mr. Smith's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know, it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looks like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, Counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes, when needs must. What's wrong with that? Where do I start? If it works out, oh, I get it now. Took me a while to figure out what he meant by the order of things. I've been working at the yard for 40 odd years. That's even more than I thought. We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 20 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did. Forensic science is in its infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Scythe, you mean? That's right. About 10 years ago now it was. When I was still a youngish bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team. And a woman, no less. Well, what do you hear me? You won't hear me complain. That's what we all dreamt back then, I'll tell you. Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air? We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim we were, full of vim. Isn't that just a text editor? That's coming across loud and clear.
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. That's right, oh. That woman is at the foundation of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know? Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One night might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. That would be... This woman may be more astute than I've ever given her credit for. Oh, okay, that's... I interpreted that differently. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Sides would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of connection, she'll be the first to know.
Hold it!
What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Whoops.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole? Who are you calling a mass murderer? Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we can move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? Oof. No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. Coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Miss Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name on it. We have one of those. She was the best of the best, and the apple of the force's eye. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Ah, sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Sai's maiden name. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married. Of course, yes. Silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Right, it was in the autopsy report for, the executed body of... what's his face? The professor, but not the one who's the accused now, like the murderer professor. Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. Do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Well, yes, I don't see why not. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course, a legendary coroner even then. Okay. I'm gonna press him again, just in case it does a tricky thing where you have, like, branching presses. Sometimes they even cook up a story to extort monies from the poor. Well, that's definitely not right. Yes, and it's why I say that if you trust the police, you will have trouble. But here you are, claiming this waxwork model was stolen to star in an illusionary spectacle. The idea is so wild, I think I will take my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion. This is how the public at large views Scotland Yard, is it? Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? Perhaps we should view what's happening here in London as a measure of what may happen at home. Yes, like a Scotland yardstick. I wonder how a policeman would feel listening to the way this juror speaks about the force. I'm sure he'd have a word or two to say in response. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the bird cage. It's just conjecture.
Hold it!
But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did. But there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry? I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there had been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage. You need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means our mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the professor's waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? I'm gonna say I have nothing. Well, I can state quite categorically, sir, that we have no such evidence at the present time. That much was abundantly clear before that brassy proclamation, I assure you. And why you cannot count on the fact that I shan't be changing my leanings. Oh dear, that proclamation was even brassier than yours, Mr. Naruhodo. If only I had some evidence, things might be different, though.
Hold it!
I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you? Colonel Cobb. He has been growing back in the farm. Picked him off on my way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is. Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial? No, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever I'm somewhat big to decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see? You're talking about your cob of corn. Perhaps it's akin to fortune-telling with flower petals like people do back home. So Professor Harebrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Oh, I don't know about that. My time's awfully full already. Amazing. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage. But on the other hand, it explains a lot. If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Iceman's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it, too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. If you can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this. Right, yes. Okay. I have to save because I got one life left. Press on the new dialogue. She was legendary, was she? What'd you say? That woman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of the forensic investigation team. Legendary. I gotta clear the throat out. Kind of convenient for some of these characters, but not for others. Legendary was your description, sir, not mine. Rubbish, that word never passed my lips. I never describe anybody that way, ever. Not if they were still in the game. I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Side is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair? It would. If it weren't for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. Legendary. Okay. What do we need evidence of here?
Hold
Must I warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. So you don't trust anyone in black. Looking in the mirror must be very trying. The newspaper. Nope. I think I know what it is. We finally present this, don't we?
Take that!
What's that, a piece of glass? I thought it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket of the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. Crystal Tower? Holy smoke. Exactly, the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. From whence this small piece originated. Is that it? Precisely. So what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you. Man, you're pushy. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. And here I actually think he's right, because if he had that, why didn't he present that before at some point? Why didn't he just deal all this stuff out right at the beginning when he walked in? And I wanted to do that too, but the game wouldn't let me. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4. You will amend your testimony now, please. You can still press this because it's still lighter color. That's interesting. Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir. Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science, and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude. What is the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks? To the mother of all academic subjects? What is it about scientists, honestly? Oh, I accidentally, went around the thing. Okay, I better save here so I don't lose that one thing. Okay, this is kind of remote. I think I know what you do exactly. Ah, phooey. Yeah, it requires a piece of evidence to bridge it, but what you do is you do Courtney Stevens back then there is no relationship. So I pit Courtney Stevens Oh, pit is R. And do this pit.
Objection!
I think I did it wrong. Okay. I guess the music stopped, so I must have done it right. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn was revealed in a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I failed to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens. And through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I ask the court to look at this.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. Well, that's outdated for sure. 10 years outdated. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professor's? But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens. Strike a light. It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. The waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Man, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Miss Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. That was lame. Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. That is so contrived. That's stupid. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. That was so forced. That made no sense. Okay, let's try this. Save first.
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradict each other. Oh, good gracious. Those two statements what two statements do you refer, counsel? If you would put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence, but the accusation that the Waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Of course you don't. If I could interject here. Please do, sir. Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong for me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further. Oh, well, me too then. Sorry. If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. Success, if you can call it that. Yeah, that's what I'm experiencing right now. No. Thank you, counsel, that will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty, against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue. We did it. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. Nope, you haven't won yet. A waxwork of the despicable professor. And used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber to Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? Madame Tuspels. I really thought that Lord Van Zykes would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Sure. I'll save it in this one. Oh, the knight-errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What is this professor business all about? It doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Oh, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered that he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heart felt sympathies, ah ha ha ha. As it turns out, Lord Van Zykes is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now, waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. Imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zykes. It seems that everybody in this trial has a link to the case somehow. It's like Spider-Man. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me? Why are you in the defendant's antechamber? Dr. Scythe? Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe, Nee Stevens, good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I have accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zykes won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you are warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information out of me. Attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. Well, you're a stick in the mud. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. To the edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. I also falter. Good, I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that, as you gnaw away at the truth. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? It means you're gonna mess up, is what it means. Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter, then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels of the defense and prosecution, are you ready to be able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition, yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. It seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zykes, my lord, are you still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well. Bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. I gotta go do a little working out and come back. I'm back. Here we go. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artisan, and currently working on a waxwork of Mr. Sholmes, and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh no. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving into that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Wait, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model? Kidnapped? Yes, my lord, there was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than a conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odious Man. But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my Odious Personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved into your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public, after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closed-guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Tuspels' principles. What principles? The family Tuspels has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà our principles. There is a well-known legend of the Tuspel's waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspel's family is said to have made a waxwork of the Queen who was executed. Boy, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the Queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine's site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask... Oh, the true visage of the killer is there. This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, Madame Tuspel's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with the Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this? Wait, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did I do, huh? So you truly saw it. The face of that monster. Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tuspels would not be Tuspels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, Madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitnesses who saw it. A 10-year-old article has been entered into the court record. Anne rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The Ball Mosque to blame for the Great Blaze. The Great Stink. Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal. Mad Sheep Rampage. At Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison, on the night of the Foul Demon's execution, the newly interred professor forced off his grave cover as he clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when this next second a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The youth then finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. The university student to experience this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London, and a resident of its student dorms. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. It is the professor you see before you here. Huh. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Well, at least I get all my health back. Not to burn through, like that would have helped me a lot. Last time I would have needed, like, 30 or 40 health increments to survive.
Hold it!
And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget. Oh right, I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. A tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was at a Lowgate cemetery behind the prison. In the dead of night, after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering the tomb, and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. Who fired the gun is the big question. The corpse climbed out of his own grave, and then somebody shot him? Who? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor, perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Oi, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame, might I say something? Please go ahead, Mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. Is it that true of every waxwork in your museum, then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Komaka. No. My museum is famous, Monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals a symbol of status even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. And it's thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course. The professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There is no exceptions to the principles of touch spells.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. I had nothing to do with money. The main part of London's criminal history, that is why I had to sculpt him, to record his history. It is the reason that the however you pronounce French stuff, of the Tuspels Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, beneath that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will, as will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactamente. I hid myself, okay.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It's because of rigor mortis. A wriggly mortis? It's a name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recent deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education, and if a slightly scary one. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it's very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder what that... You will be a corpse someday, Rinosuke. Wonder if that information Court just heard from Madame Tuspels. It's significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including that in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. This is no time for jokes, Mrs. Sato. Well, I'm kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Bonsoir. Took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death, is that right? Oui, what? Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan could be so well versed in the subject. None. That is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science. I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer, if you like. I think corpses should be your domain. I am not good with them. Oh dear. I'll do my very best.
Hold it!
You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on the 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Indeed it did. First light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning. That really is early. The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame. I wonder, is that what she just said particularly significant? Yeah, it is. Madame, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture in the early sunrise, would you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madame. With pleasure, my lord. Now, what's interesting about this is she was there. So the story she depicted herself, she knows couldn't have been true, right? Let's look at the stuff and see if this says. Doesn't say when that happened. Huh. Let's look at the autopsy report here. Okay, death happened at midnight. Okay. So death was at midnight. So let's look at testimonies again. Right, so it was before the onset of rigor mortis. I heard to finish my work at a half hour before sunrise. Then I left as soon as the corpse was interred. Yeah, which one do I present on, though? Because they're both a problem. I'm gonna try to present on this first. I'm gonna present that the death was at midnight, right? Because death was at midnight, if she would have done her work a half hour before 4:40 in the morning, so at about 4:10 in the morning, it would have been 4 hours and 10 minutes past midnight, which would have been past the onset of rigor mortis.
Objection.
Okay. Madame Tussbells, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And, is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Kui, are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tussbells was creating her wax impressions just before dawn. At that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, you look at Dr. Tsai's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Oh, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Ora! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Side, but now you're also implicate the members of the staff of Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck, extraordinary. Not in my day. My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did, of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. What he didn't die at, but what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at the... Are you insane? What? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe and the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Counsel, present that evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. If this is evidence.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns to the dead of night in local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now. Well, in this article, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor assumed dead following his execution emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. Masaoe, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness, the story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. In any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him. On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen this utterly incredible event take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who was the alleged witness of the staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago? Well, this is a freebie. Unless I'm overthinking it.
Take that!
Man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber, the previous witness? The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussbell's Museum of Waxwork recreates the decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Order! Surely not, Counsel. Drebber was there in Lowgate Cemetery? What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tussbells doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. None. But that would mean... Madame Tussbells, it would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber. Oi, yes I know it, but from long ago in the past. What? Oh my. Good gracious. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No detail was published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I've already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article. Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London, and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable. When I read the article, I knew I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you? Exactament. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. I don't know why that's so dramatic.
Yeah.
10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote, and that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we discussed here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to the 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. The birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Man, but the same waxwork. The coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Side would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted an autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Sides put her name on the document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. criminal's apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. My lord, this court must condemn summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us so herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zykes won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart. The Pandora's box you are warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. Surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zykes. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Zykes, the missive was issued from Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes? Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime would never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all this is about to come out. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zykes. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you conducted in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first one on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Psst, don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret of so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now, here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now. Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead. But so you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on. I think that would describe it perfectly, yes? And the details in the article aren't true. It nullifies your argument of why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Size would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so among students at the university it had a reputation of being haunted by the ghosts of the condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you are one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge in society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examination now. At once, my lord.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. The lantern and spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital? A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. An aspiring scientist, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we call ourselves every time we stole into the graveyards at night, spade in hand. So we told ourselves, that is. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Hairbrain said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior. Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. Well, the illustration in that newspaper article, okay. Based on what I witnessed, so you said you do witness it. Strange happenings at Lowgate Cemetery which you now deny. Not entirely, I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know, I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead. I started big with the London news, but unsurprisingly they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration. Precisely, that's how I learned about the condemned man learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is as accurate then? Well... Thinking back now, I realized I never actually saw the professor at all, though. But you said so. What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of the Barclay prison, so it was renowned among the students at the university as being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. By some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that I could show that he really did see the professor? If you had anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo, I know I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Soon afterwards, I was okay.
Hold it!
Might be hard to get this evidence. That young woman being Madame Tuspels, of course. And she would have been 16 at the time. Precisely, I must say I didn't expect to run into her again this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article. And Komaka, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Oh, and I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madame? His camera. Ah. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I had an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir. To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. But I still have it, Monsieur. It is a part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tuskbell's way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. I've already thoroughly examined it, so now I know which piece of evidence to present. But I'll press this anyway.
Hold it!
This article, you mean, published in the Daily Circus. Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night. I was digging up graves, hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was exceedingly defiled, and I was expelled as a result. But mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of the university, you found employment in the somewhat specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science with the knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology, and use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, that will expose a secret in Dr. Sai's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Sai are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly. Okay.
Objection!
Wait. Really? It's not the camera? Wait, do I have to examine the camera again? I'll examine this too. Wait. Ode Asmon. Wait a second. Where do I get that Odiusman? How do I incorporate that Odiusman is the one who made the drawing? Try that next. That's a really weird one, though. That's really weird. This is kind of a long, obscure shot. Okay. Let's go back one.
Objection!
This is really oddly frustrating. So they seem to like indicate that you present on this like without like almost like without a doubt, right? And we tried presenting the camera on that, it didn't work. Which is absurd, honestly. Just in case I didn't do it correctly, didn't do it right the first time somehow. I'm gonna try it again, because this has got to be what you do, but I'm gonna double penalize myself, because I thought I already did this.
Objection!
Yeah, I already did it. Well, I'm down to 1 health again. But, okay. I already botched this anyway, so what do I have to lose? This is stupid. Why would the paper have anything to do with this?
Objection!
Turns out I didn't need to save, but this is silly. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night, 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's rulings that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of the mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, a lowly student at the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Okay. Well, Mr. Drebber. It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and realized that I've been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it. If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point.
Hold it!
Hello, grave robber. What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't you say? But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. In a grave digging? If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think I might have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well, I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Excuse me.
Madame Tussbells, don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Pardon? I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all, how Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame. What are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, none? Including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madame Tussbells. Carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. None. You were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing, and the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all this up. That will do. Mr. Drebber. Huh? Yes? You refute the account just given by Madame Tuspels? I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any splattering blood. Press first. Yeah, Madame Tuspels has testified that you told her about both of those details. Not true. I said nothing of the sort. 10 years have passed. Without material evidence to the contrary, you have no grounds on which to question the witness's word. Ah. Tell me, Madame Tuspels. Wait. What exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood that apparently splattered on him? Aurors, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest. In his heart. One dreadful sight after another. And since Monsieur Drebber was, at the time, facing towards the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and splattered on his body. That is what he told me. So, not an experience you would ever forget, is it? Precisely, and I didn't forget it, because I've already said it never happened in the first place. He's clearly lying. If only I had some evidence to prove it. You can't let him win, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small. Okay. I presented this one cross-examination too early. Now I know the time has come.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from the fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? The kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extended forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? They're just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Ah. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting... Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Miss Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would you want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who would benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, You shielding someone? Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? This is a freebie. Who's the witness trying to protect?
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe. Whatever do you mean? Oh, it's 3 in the morning. Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor. That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection.
This is beyond a joke. Yet I point out that the dead cannot come back to life. What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection.
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, they hung him wrong! They did it wrong! There was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that was really true, counsel, the implications of his misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary, from the ground up. This is exaggerated. Botching an execution is just botching an execution. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made to her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean... I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating on Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into corroborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Man with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Lord Van Sykes. Getting footed. Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Oh well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the adventure and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Man at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There is the contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme, especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Man's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means, Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Man. But why? What was his motive then? Oh, here we go. Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. I don't want to decide that. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? Kazuma does the Matrix. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright, who exactly was Mr. Esman to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet, and I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Oh, I have to save because I have to present 2 of them. I know what one of them is. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Okay. Save. Don't accidentally hit the load button instead of the save one. I've done that. Okay. And then... So the first one... I already know, right? It's this newspaper.
Take that!
It's a newspaper article, my lord. What was written 10 years ago? And every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter-press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considering alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Isman dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence which will cross-reference with the newspaper article, establishing motive for the dead. Okay. Oh, you just present this because it's cross-referencing the signature.
Take that!
That's lame. This is this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Isman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant about this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odious Man. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, find out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. What exactly is the link between the newspaper article and the contract? This right here.
Take that!
That these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature. A signature of the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature of the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Isman's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Oh lord, yes, they're identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odious Man.
Objection!
Explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder his man? Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That was quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Right. At the time, you were a student at the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Isman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Isman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave the university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. All because of that article, written by Mr. Isman. Enough. Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true, I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on their own with their own hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen, patented by some wretch or other after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of low gate was the best thing that could have happened to me. Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess the talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lacked talent?
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Isman was, But when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist 10 years ago, who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. Truth is... Finally, he's going to fold. Yep. Ha! Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good Lord! Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage. My heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. I had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborated in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing. Nothing at all. What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret. I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zykes. Yes? I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum on which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is prosecutor Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true. It had slipped in my mind. Isn't he the one one of your closest friends? As this court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense. Thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. Hey, isn't the jury supposed to decide that? You mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Hairbrain's innocence. Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. You do, but not now. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Sai suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like he said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is further testimony.
Objection!
To drag this on even further. The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon? We demand one final testimony. What? Do you realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume? Oh man, this is so long. What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusions of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight... Oh yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client, and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case, until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Side. Testimony from me? What about what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination. A bit meta. Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zykes? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. Yo, what? Lord Van Zykes. This is the most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I'll uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court. Explain the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Very well. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside his jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated on the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in a certain way to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago was a state secret to the highest level. I had to protect it. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. Nope, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Sai's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
What you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it. I had no choice. Protecting the professor secret was my only concern. But the horse had bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zykes. I am well aware of that. So, as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body? The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimental stage.
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then. It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork, and you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork. I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such instructions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tuspel's. I see, and then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to them, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instructions on the engineer's note said something along the lines of, fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asmund. So you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor. I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, I leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. Unless it wasn't. What is it, Miss Susato? Something about Dr. Sai's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to the formal testimony. Oh. Which part? What I want her to supplement her testimony with is... the real cause of death, I presume. The real cause of death being the fall of 30 feet, that part. Fine, if that's what you want, just stop yelling, please. The prosecution concurs. Very well, you'll supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord.
Hold it!
You're quite sure of that? It was a result of a broken neck. Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you? No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony. Very well. I'll press the last two things.
Hold it!
The entire team, in perverting the course of justice. My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate in a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry. It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing is more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on?
Hold it!
But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precise secret is out now anyway. Yes, as you say, I take full responsibility. Blow me down, Dr. Scythe. Whoa! Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. Phew, I nearly froze under that cold stare as she said that. I do believe she was being genuine, though, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? The truth is, I find it strange, too. How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. Right. Okay. Is it the same thing again? Is it this again?
Objection!
Nope, it's not. Okay. It wasn't a repeat. So, press the real cause of death wasn't the neck break. Wasn't the bird cage. Huh. It's different, isn't it?
Objection!
It lists the cause of... What? Did I mess that up somehow? Wait. What? I was so confident that was going to be right. The actual cause of death was the neck trauma, right? But then if we... Okay, so presenting the autopsy report where she says that the cause of death was this wasn't acceptable? Interesting. I guess you could just say, well, that's irrelevant because she would put the cause of death as the thing that Hairbrain would have done. Then she's backtracking.
Objection!
Nope, that's not it. Theoretically, it could be the other option. Instead of it being the cause of death, it could be what she did to Asmund. But I'm pretty sure she really did stab Asmund in the chest. That's facts. The point is that that's what killed him. I can examine it now. This is blood. Mr. Isman's, no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. Okay. Why don't... It's not the right answer. Okay. I think I can see how this could work.
Objection.
Okay, it's not the right answer. The reason why I thought it could work is because it's like the waxwork didn't get damaged. So similarly, his neck wouldn't have gotten damaged. But anyway, I guess that didn't work. Okay.
Objection.
Okay, let's just do them all then. I'm out of ideas at that point.
Objection.
No, crossbow's not it either. Okay, let's try the other one then.
Hold it.
I have to watch this every single time. That's what doesn't make sense about it. Is like, why would Asmund agree to this plot if it would involve dropping 30 feet? In the other slot. Okay.
Objection.
What? I have no idea what the objection is. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to extremely uncomfortable truth. Why on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Size, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point. You see, the reason I was pursuing the whole real cause of death thing, because I thought what they were going to get at is that Dr. Scythe was the one who actually committed the murder. In truth, right? I didn't think about going this way. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point. that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined the photograph in depth. There's nothing new that we can learn from it. Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But we know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph will we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement? This note?
Take that!
Look closely on the bloodstain on the victim's chest. Now it runs down. It clearly extends in a downward direction towards the man's feet. And why is that significant, Counsel? The victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion. That's entirely expected. Ah, of course, no, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had been really stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Ah. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Isman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note we left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie, because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is known to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony? Stabbing is the obvious choice. Autopsy reports. I'm gonna go with this though, because this is the interesting one. Dr. sighed. Clearly you weren't really coerced by some letter at all. What? If you were, where is the note? It's nowhere to be seen. That says maybe. So why don't you present it to the court, if that assertion vexes you? Well, I happen to get it right. Obviously, I've already disposed of it, and I'm not vexed in the slightest. Counsel, need I remind you that it was you yourself who established the coercion? Ah. I'm afraid that little cry of insufficient recompense for such a blunder, I shall have to penalize you. Okay. That was a long string along for a mistake. This is a lame answer. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, that is the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Isman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Ah. Mr. Odiusman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Order! Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now, you're making all this up, as if I would do something like that. Why would we be desperate? We already got our not guilty. I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha, logic. Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? So does Mr. Asman's chest. What do you mean? I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there. I'd rather, relieved to say, it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive, but there is not obvious motives, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints that why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. No, when you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Isman, something did come to mind. What? What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect at the time. Her daughter? There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Sai would have wanted to kill Mr. Isman. Okay, I'm gonna save, but it's the scalpels, right? Scalpels. It was a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. What did you say, scalpels? Ah. It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You, come on, out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at the big thick book here. Ah, okay. Oh. Why 100 scalpels? A month. At first, I wondered what on earth could have been using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding, tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber. He may well have stumbled upon information that he was researching, as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Sai's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret. Good lord, you mean? I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Isman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. That we've had to keep covered up all these long years. And Strongheart was in on it. Which makes this, yes, much more dramatic. He's like, him being the final boss is becoming closer and closer to a reality. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Sides will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of the bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for. Sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really? It's the addled brain mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the facts that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. Of what? I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. I made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Isman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Isman, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. Condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events were all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened, even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Sy to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Esmond turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensics team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge, and have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Your actions against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, but you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this, your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Lord Van Zykes, what of Dr. Side? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain Yes. It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt. The whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, is devoted to natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered and, above all, a fool. Professor, I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguided, believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is the process I've caused others pain and misery. The process. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor. That's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing, and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zykes. And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's not laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh. Thank you, Barak. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It is this High Court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections. None for me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It has all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. Oh, what is that? He's done, eh? It's all over? I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant. Court is adjourned. It's over. That was some trial. That was some dismal failure. That was... Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Susato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I give the whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear, oh what can I do? How about this as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then, thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? Oh my. Yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis on my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition while I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's wonderful idea. I can't allow that. Lord Van Zykes, what are you doing here? You're taking up the entire screen. Barak. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. It's like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution, or the defense. Sorry, or the defense. Did I just hear that right? I always knew that you had my best interest at heart, don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no, hold on a minute, Barak. What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes. Barak. Lord Van Zykes. What's all this about? A necessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. Do you? Well, Iris told me that when you meet Lord Van Zykes at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. Ah, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. Is Gina just gonna die? True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Barak, that's silly. That's so silly. Like the mustache Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zykes? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. Like he'll be worried about walking under a ladder. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. That was strange. For some reason I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The Enigma, Barak von Zykes. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. So, are you satisfied you saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice? Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven. He's like, we're gonna stand on the benches anyway. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who has no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. I thought I never heard that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zykes. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I look up to him, and he was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of judicial systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh. If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course, I remember Dr. Mikotobo well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There was no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. So sorry, Lord Van Zykes. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think? Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but the 2 nations would very well have ended up at war. What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? But that would mean, oh my, you mean to say the professor was Japanese?
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, a thought never even crossed my mind. that the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Father. What? Father? Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me, Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
So he's the living afterimage of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kasuma Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zyke's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia too? The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you for meeting with me as I asked. "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Susato-san, all this is tied up with the painful memories of her for her too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met."
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.